Morning, Tonal and Neptune and Lemur. Yeah? Got some condensation. Been a little bit worried about my, checking my VOD. Audio may be a little bit slow. There we go. Should be better. Just trying to up that volume. Smidge. So it felt like it gotten a little bit low. I don't know if the microphone is turned the wrong way. No, I think it's good. No, I'll be yelling way much when I start actually forging, I think. The forge is pretty low right now. So let's just... We'll see. I'm going to try some new music. Let's start from an end. Go. Hello, Johan. Yeah, that's all right, Neptune. Today's Wednesday too. Nope. Oh, by the way, Johan, I spoke with, or I wrote on like the big blacksmith group about the things you talked about, and I even went in and read on some like watch tool making and watchmaking blogs and stuff, and I can't find any mention of anyone quenching in kerosene. The only thing I found about it was in 2012. There was a forum post on some random forum about a guy who quenched a knife in kerosene, and like a complete amateur, and everyone being like, "Why would you why are you quenching in kerosene? That's a really hard quench." And the soot thing, everyone was just like, "No, that's not a thing. That's completely wrong." So I'm sorry to say, but I'm gonna conclude that that's just someone, like a teacher or something, that just kind of made shit up, because that happens surprisingly often, and also by people who have been in trades for decades and teach. I fucked up quite badly, because I meant it was so that the carbon would burn before the small part would oxidize. Yeah, so that was the theory that I thought you said, like that you'd add soot to it so that it got covered and wouldn't oxidize. And not so that the carbon would burn before the small part would oxidize, but so the oxygen would burn before it got to the part, right? So I figured that out, kind of, that was what would probably was the case. And it seems like the kerosene thing is mostly just a random choice. It's not really important that it's kerosene. It's just what they use. Maybe because they heat up the thing with the kerosene torch. I don't know. because any blog I could find or any website talking about making watch parts and stuff like that are like you heat treat in water, air, or oil, just like any blacksmith does. So that seems to just be a random choice for some reason. But yeah, like that was a little bit curious. You got the forge running a little bit low here, just kind of emptying out a bottle while it heats up. I actually don't really have, like I could work on some stuff for the ones that we did yesterday, but I really haven't planned anything. But I'll start out by making a leaf. We have a couple of troll crosses, the failed ones I'm gonna sort out if I can. Yeah, the pH neutral thing, I'm like, you only keep it in there for a second. So I don't put much stock in that. Also because everywhere else I read, they were like, yeah, water, air, or oil is fine. And you can get, if it was because you wanted to make sure it was pH neutral, I'm pretty sure you can get quench oils that are designed for purpose. That would do the job. So I think it's just a matter of this is what we have on hand, and it can also be used for quenching. I think sometimes it's better to look at like what is the simplest reason, especially in stuff like this where a lot of myths get created because people really want to find clever solutions as to why they do things. I have not a famous, but I have a really good story from the museum that describes this exactly. And it was a guest, one of in the audience, and I was talking about these myths and stuff that people kind of come up with, and someone in the audience told me that her grandmother in their family, her mother always, when they cooked a ham, when they boiled a ham, they would always cut off the ends of the ham, and the mother told her that the reason why they did this was because to make sure that the ham got cooked all the way through, so it wasn't raw in the middle. They cut off the ends to do that, and it was something she had been taught by her mother, so the grandmother. And then years after, this person was like, really? She called up. She was like, "Are you sure?" Like she called up her grandmother and asked, "Why did you cut off the ends of the ham?" And she went, "Because the pot was too small for the entire ham." And that's just such a brilliant story around why, like, the mother just made up a reason for that to work. Yeah. Yeah, you use it for oil stones, yeah. It's but I love those stories. I have another one from there was a guy who he was a smith. He forged. He was a farrier, and he was convinced that the way you make carbon steel, or you can case harden something, you could carburize the surface of steel or iron by heating it up to critical temperature and then just putting it in a bucket of horse hooves for like a minute, and then pull it out, and then that would be carbon steel, or it would be case hardened. Because it would pull carbon from the horse hooves and draw them in. And it is true, you can pull carbon from stuff like bones and horse hooves into steel, but it takes hours upon hours. What happened is that when you forge with coal also contains carbon, so when you're forging a piece, it'll pull carbon from the coal, and it'll actually carburize the outside of the steel, so that will be case hardenable. If it's done for long enough. I have done pieces that turned out to be carbon steel on the outside when I ground them. And he took that, like the thing with long-term carburization through bone meal and stuff like that, and then the carbon, the fact that steel, iron gets carburized through the forging process when you're forging with coal, and he conflated the two and was like, yeah, if I take this piece that's already been in the carbon or coal for a long time and been carburized on the outside, and just dip it in this bucket real quick, it'll pull like a ton of carbon and be case hardenable. And it's like, that's not true at all. But they just kind of make these connections, and it's kind of hilarious. Good morning, Moonhowl. Hello, Wanderlust. So dice boxes for, do you happen to play D&D? Yeah, I play pen and paper tabletop RPG. It's not D&D right now, but currently running a Death Watch campaign. Alright, so we're running, I need to check. Oh, I have measuring stick right here. Yeah, so that's 1 centimeter. I think that's what we're gonna use. I'm just gonna start off with a little warm-up leaf. Waiting for that to heat up a little bit better. But you'll find that people quench in all sorts of weird shit. So like, I'm not surprised that people will quench in kerosene. But yeah, the thing is, Jahan, the size of the tools means that you'd want to do a slower quench, not a faster one. And kerosene is very viscous, which is the thing that determines the effectiveness of the quench. So a kerosene quench is incredibly harsh. Like, it is harder than oil, like a regular oil. So to me, what you'd want to do is you'd want to quench thin stuff like this if you want to make sure it doesn't bend and all that jazz, even after normalizing and stuff. You want to do a slow quench. So you'd want to quench in something like a thick wax or like a very thick paste or oil, something that draws the heat out slow. That's one of the weird things about it. It really does just sound like it was there. Like, there's really no particular reason, because if you did want to be very particular about your quenchant, you'd pick something that was more suitable for very thin pieces, long and thin pieces. You want to make sure they don't bend. Quick question, I'm looking at ordering leather to make my apron out of. What type did you use for yours? Oil tan is the one to use for an apron. What kind of thickness? Whatever thickness you like, but don't make it too thin. A mil or a mil and a half is fine. 2 mil max, I'd say. Right, a lot of people will use whatever leather they have. A lot of people have no fucking clue about aprons, let's be honest. They just make it out of some aniline leather that has a plastic. There are people who make professional aprons for blacksmiths, and it's made out of aniline leather because they're cheaping. Like, they're fucking idiots. They're fucking morons. I'm maybe gonna piss some people off, but Black Bear Forge, his apron, that's aniline. It has a plastic coating on the front, as far as I can tell. And you can see that actually in his recent videos he's burned it, and it makes the leather contract a lot. So it gets like pulled together, and that's the plastic melting. What happens with an oil tan when you get that really hot, is that it chars like this, but it doesn't burn. This is like a red hot piece, like orange hot, that's hit this without me knowing, and this is all it does. And yes, it contracts a little bit, but only after it chars up. But the thing is, aniline, what aniline means that the leather has been coating in a layer of plastic. And you really don't fucking want plastic on your apron. But that's what you get oftentimes when you buy aprons, because the people who make aprons don't give a shit, they just want to make money. A proper apron is oil tan, always. It is oil tan because an oil tan is already soaked, it's already full of oil, so it won't soak in other stuff. Which is very good when you're using it for cooking or butchering. You don't want to soak in the meat juices, so that's why it'll never need to be made out of natural veg tan, because veg tan is a completely empty leather in the sense that it can soak in a lot of shit. You don't want that. And when it comes to blacksmithing and heat and stuff like that, oil tan is better because oil tan resists the heat better, and it's just a bit more durable in terms of scuffing and getting fucked on, really. Some people make them out of chrome tan. No, use oil tan. And make it, like mine is like 2 mil, but 1.5 mil is fine. That's what I go for. Alright, so I'm gonna I'm gonna start up the stream. Time to be tardy. I'm gonna start up the Reddit stream. Actually, first I'm gonna change the music. This is too much, too crazy. Not too crazy, but it's just a little bit too much. I'm gonna go for some Cybertron today. Let's just go there. Are we ready? Yes, we are. Blacksmithing stream up and coming. Gonna get that done. We're live streaming to both Reddit and Twitch now. I will be forging today. I also will be taking this off because it is made out of melty plastic, and we don't want melty plastic when we're forging. That's a bad combination, especially when it's on our skin. But as soon as we start swinging a hammer, the cold isn't a problem. And we will be swinging a hammer right here, right now. Alright, so I don't want a glove for this. We're just gonna start up with a little bit of a warm-up project. Got a little bit of a burr here. We're gonna hot file this. Filing the piece hot removes the steel very, very quickly because it's just kind of goopy and malleable, so we can tear that off real fast. That's just a quick way to clean that up. What we're going to be doing is we're going to be doing a taper here. We're going to make a little stout taper. We're going to make it two-sided. Make a little necklace hanger. Necklace pendant in the shape of a leaf. I'm gonna get that back in the fire real quick. It is a little bit cool today, like the sun is out, that's all nice, but I haven't really got the forge fired up that much yet. Weird shape going on here. Just trying to clean that up some. Alright, I'm gonna go take that over the edge. Just gonna do a little bit of a set down here. Gonna set that down about halfway through the material right there. We don't want to make it too thin. Now we have a little bit of a kind of an arrow point looking thing. That's gonna be the leaf. Now we're gonna go back. I'm gonna move and draw out the area behind here, this piece of the bar, and that'll be the stem for the leaf. Tiny, tiny leaf. See you later, Neptune. I'll be back on Monday. I'm broadcasting every Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Alright, we got some more heat, some more fire. Just gonna take this over here, we're just gonna set that down. It just creates a material isolation for the stem. So we have that material isolated. And then we can begin to move that very nicely. I'm just gonna flatten that out. Oh, I don't have my work boots on today. I have my normal shoes on. What went wrong? I brain farted taking out the dog. Whoopsie doodle. It means I'm a little bit low for the anvil. Rookie mistake. Yeah, so we're just starting to draw out that stem there. Be a really nice little piece. It doesn't take long to heat this piece up. Oh, miss-hit there. Fucked up the shape of this. It'll be fine though. You can always just do this to even it out. There we go. I want to adjust my apron so it gets a little bit higher up here. This strap here has stretched a little bit, the strap here, so it's gotten a little bit far down. Be careful not to get hot feet, yeah? Just bringing this out again. You're doing a we're drawing it out on the flat face here. It's just a very careful way of doing it. We have a lot of control doing it this way. There are faster ways of drawing out material, but when it's this small, it's alright to be a little bit careful with it. So up here it's looking pretty good. We want to draw it out a little bit more at the back. Not because we need it longer, but because we need it thinner. Hello, Kirby. If you guys have suggestions for something I can work on today, it needs to be something I can finish today. I don't want to start a big project. But do let me know if you have any ideas, something like a small little thing you'd like to see me make. One thing I would like to do is to do more hairpins. That might be something we can work on. It's a little bit boring though. Just drawing this out to a good thickness. There we go, that's much better. I'm gonna give that some more heat and we're gonna round it up. So instead of having a square stem, we'll have a round stem. What are you making? I'm just making a little leaf necklace pendant. I smell gas. Just a smidge, and it could be because it's not doing a complete burn. For various reasons. Just kind of check, just to make sure. stand for the wood won't not be an option today. It would be, but it's a... Yeah. But I kind of... I'm not... I don't know. Was able to catch hold of the stream yesterday. Care to do a quick show of the wand? I don't have it here. I don't leave projects out here because they, the shop is damp and dirty. You will see it when photos are taken and posted on the Instagram and or web shop. Or when I work on the stand, I'll need it out here for the stand. But yeah, I might just, in order to get that finished up, should probably just work on that stand for it. The problem is I'm not quite decided on what I want that stand to be. I could make it a very particular thing. Where like, so I have an idea where I take and make a kind of continuation of, like, you know where I cut off those branches? There are no those kind of knots on the wand. I could make a stand that kind of connects to those, so it looks like it's part of a tree, and you pull it off. But that's a big undertaking. Making the one ring? Nope. Then the sound. This leaf is smaller than they usually are. Did I start with too small stock? I started with 1 centimeter stock. Usually that's... I usually make it out of a bigger stock. Maybe. Seems a little bit small. This is the size they're usually at. To make it out of a 12 mil normally? I don't have 12, I have 1. No, I do make it out of 1 centimeter. Because I use the 14 mil for just a matter of drawing it out proper. I use a chisel here. A coffee mug shaped necklace pendant. That's a very weird thing to forge. That's a very, very weird thing to try and forge. And a very specific thing. I fucked it up. do. Alright, I'm gonna go, I'm gonna get my proper shoes on. So I'll be right back. Alright, I got my shoes on now, my proper boots. Let's see here what you guys are saying. Do you sketch draw bigger projects before you go forging? Not really, no. Where did I put the glove? I had a glove on, I put the glove off, took it off. Where did I put it? Right there. Just gonna redo this. It's a little bit longer with tapers, probably in order. Go. Thing, that's fine. Alternatively, I could also just turn off the forge and do some, make some handles for some of the axes I need to do, but that is miserably cold to do out here. But I think I'm probably just gonna be working on that stand there, because if it's one of those things where it's better to just get it started than it is to put it off, I think. But yeah, no, I don't have to sketch down the work that I do, because I have pretty good visualization in my head. I know what I can do with the various techniques and stuff. I brought the wand out with me, and this is pretty much exactly what I had in mind when I thought about making a wooden wand. I wanted a split down here exactly like this, and I wanted another kind of split a little bit further up. And it ended up being pretty nice, pretty decent. Hello, Brainsmog. It's been a while since I've seen you around. Hope you're doing good, man. Thanks for the resub. That's nice. 25 months. That's old school. Still have... Oh, right there. Yeah. Didn't like that. Yeah. Holy fuck. Like, I got something fucked in my shoulder. I slept on it wrong 2 days ago. And it's not happy about it. And I just kind of wanted someone to like just put a foot on right here and just like pull my arm. That's kind of like the feeling I have. Hey, Epic. Nice beat, fat tune. Well. Are you drunk, Brain Smug? Because you sound like you're drunk. Wee-hoo! Because of COVID, we do need to restructure our offers. God damn. It feels like this is 2017 again. We got like Poop Poop Brain Smog and Epic Ninja in here. Not drunk, just dumb. Alright. Yeah, so I slept on my shoulder wrong, and then yesterday I was like, alright, I'll give you something to cry about. And I started forging a 3 centimeter by 1.5 centimeter piece into a wand with a 2 kilo hammer. My shoulder doesn't give a shit about that. It's ridiculous. But if I sleep on it wrong, it'll cry and cry. Like we forged this down. That's what we worked yesterday. I'm thinking of if I should make the stand out of the same size to be able to make those knots and do a lot of a lot of branching out. Alright, that's a better profile this time around. Alright, that's looking good. That's a perfect profile right there. In dansk på Reddit? Yeah. I was wondering why you seemed less smiley. I'm also just tired as fuck. Yesterday was a long day. So I exerted a lot of the energy that I have that got spent yesterday. So Thursday is kind of like, alright. I gotta work myself up today to get more energized. No, I was not up all night. I did get woken up at like 7 a.m. because there was a painter who decided to park his work truck right outside my bedroom window, even though there's no parking allowed, and continuously open and close the doors and like move material and shit. I don't know what the fuck, but it was so noisy as hell. It's like a painter. How much shit do you have? Come on. But apparently, he had to be parked right there. On my stump, it has broken. Here we have, you see the blacksmith's skill at hand. Masking tape. Once again, masking tape doesn't hold the first time. More masking tape. Stump I have, okay? Very precious to me. sjoveste ved at være på Reddit, når man kommer op på forsiden og sådan noget, det er, at der er folk, altså mine venner, folk jeg kender og sådan noget, der sådan scroller på forsiden af Reddit, og så popper jeg op og så siger, hvad fanden laver han der? Det er altid sådan lidt sjovt. Hej dig der person, som jeg arbejdede med for 3 år siden. Det var godt nok spøjst, at du lige skulle finde mig på forsiden af Reddit. Just putting the last detail onto this. Oh yeah, you talked about a knife, yeah. But with the distance, like your 2-meter distance, gonna need a spear instead. I can hook you up with that too. I'm gonna need a little bit more heat for this. Hey Iceland, by the way. There we go. A little leaf done. Just gonna do a little bit of brushing on it. Clean it up. God damn. On this one, I'm gonna blacken. It's a very nice little leaf. Looks like this currently. That's what we made. Just hand hammer and a chisel. All we're doing is we're burning in a little bit of oil into it. And that just darkens it, gives it a very nice finish, and a little bit of a rust preventing surface. And so now it looks like this. Ooh, I'm burning myself. Ooh, that's hot. Ooh. Alright, I think we're gonna start working on that stand because I don't have anything else prepped up. Unless Epic, you want me to start on a knife for you, I can do that. I have stock for that. What kind of knife do you want? Is it a hunting knife? What kind of, like a Skinner? If you actually want me to make that knife, I can do that right now because I have nothing planned. Nothing important at least. A sharp one. Alright, alright. That works. Just putting you right on the spot. Being like, okay, I want a... Don't have the design ready and I'm picky. Alright, alright. That's alright. Then we're moving on with this. That's gonna be tricky to hold on to though. I'm gonna have to split that. Yeah, okay, I know what to do. I know what to do. I'm a blacksmith, I know what to do. That's gonna take a little while to heat up. Hello, fart jerky. Is filing cheating? Yes. No. Hi, Peanut. My dog is here. Hi, dog. Come on. Come on. Peanut. Hey. She smells the oil from before. Come up. Come on. Come on. Yeah, good doggo. Oi. Oi. Hello. She a good dog. I'm gonna, while this heats up, it's gonna take a while. I'm just gonna go and get something to drink real quick. More S-hooks? No, we're not making S-hooks today. We are we're making a stand for a wand I did yesterday. At least we're gonna start on out with it. I might just decide to do grill forks instead. I don't have grill forks on my web shop, and I think I should have. But yeah, we made this. This is a wand. It's made to look like a wooden stick. It's got texture on it and stuff. To make it look like wood. Tune in tomorrow, where I take a piece of wood and make it look like a piece of steel. No, that's not what we're gonna do. I think like this piece might be a little bit too heavy for me to work today after yesterday's exertion. Oh, I got a draft in here and it's a little bit too cold for me to want that. Yeah, out of wood though, yeah. What are we smithing today, boys? Currently, we're gonna see if I have enough kind of durability left in my arm to work on a stand for the one we did yesterday. If not, we're gonna be making some barbecue forks, just some two-prong forks. First off, we're waiting for this to heat up. Okay, we got some heat in this. We're gonna cut that off. It's a big piece to cut, but it is something we need to do. We're gonna see if we can get it done. If I were to cut this cold, I'd want to put it in the power hack. That takes longer than this. This is 30 by 15 mil. That is how a hammer breaks. I've spoken about that before. A hammer never breaks on the downstroke, it breaks on the upstroke. We almost got through though. Like we're almost all the way through. Right at the head land. Right, so people sometimes ask if I'm afraid of the hammer breaking and flying over into things and stuff. I'm really not, because when a hammer breaks on the downward stroke, the wood breaks and then you pull up, and that's where it falls off, not on the downward stroke. It never flies across the shop. This is my main forging hammer. This handle has lasted actually pretty long, so that's pretty par for the course. Handles do break and need to be replaced regularly when you swing a hammer this much. So that's another project we can work on. We could make another handle for this if we wanted to. This is another 1 kilo I have, the handle a little bit longer. I'm gonna want the handle on this is a little bit weird. Yep. Someone probably clipped it. Just scraping this to make it a little bit nicer feeling. This handle isn't as good for my hand. You know, I've never gotten injured by a hammer handle breaking. That's usually not what happens. Yeah, no, I have to hit them real hard before they start bleeding. Let's see if we can get this hammer working. Otherwise, I'm just gonna go down to. No, I go up in weight. I can't really go down when I'm working this size stock. How did you learn to forge? By doing. I'm self-taught. That's how you cut a 15 by 30 mil piece of steel. Alright. Gonna get that out the way. Gonna be doing some chisel work because I want to split that in twain. Gonna need this here for cooling. I'm gonna have to file down the striking end of this chisel soon, starting to mushroom over a little bit. Nice looking piece though. But this is silver steel, so it's gonna crack. Hey Liam, what keeps the wood attached to the hammerhead? Friction. You put wedges in there, and that wedges itself. It wedges the wood in there. But yeah, so the hammer handle just broke on my main hammer. And you can see the fibers inside of the head is actually what gave in. And when that happens, that is just through use. That is just slowly the wood breaking up and giving in. The handle is held on there by 2 wooden wedges and 2 metal wedges. I usually put them in with 2 wooden wedges on a cross. And if it gets loose, it gets a metal wedge every time it gets a little bit loose. But this hammer handle has served its purpose well. I've been using that for at least 9 months, if not a year. And usually a hammer handle, like if it lasts 6 months, you're good. I'm gonna turn this around like so. I'm gonna split this in twain. I'm gonna just use this hot cut chisel to do that. That's gonna take a little while. I'm gonna cool it down regularly so we don't overheat the cutting edge and lose the temper on it. So just dip that in water, that keeps it cool. We want to keep it below 200 degrees Celsius, and we are putting a thin piece of material onto a piece of steel that is 1000 degrees Celsius. So you can imagine that it'll heat up relatively swiftly. Now I'm burning my legs and the piece is cooling off. So we're gonna give that some more heat. If you were a sandwich, what sandwich would you be? I don't even like what can I be a shit sandwich? The in between the legs business looks dangerous. Not really. It's a little bit hot sometimes, but who doesn't like roasted nuts? yeah, Brainspark, you'd be an idiot sandwich. I like how when text to speech, for those who don't know, my subs on Twitch, they get text to speech in my ears. Brainspark's text to speech is really slow for some reason, so it just underlines the idiocy. When the time runs out in 5 minutes, I'll start a part 2. So I highly recommend that the guys who are watching from Reddit that you find part 2 after this. The feeling of a hot cut chisel cutting into steel is very, very nice. I like that. Still have a good edge on it. Hello, Mr. Sea Hunt. You don't have to give me more time. I'll just start a new part. Yes, we're gonna take this piece, we're gonna split it in two. We're gonna bend one leg out, and then we're gonna use the other leg to actually hold on to it, because this piece is so big I don't have any tongs that can really grab it nicely. So we're splitting it, we need to split it in two, but we're gonna use that to also create a place where we can actually hold on to it nicely. And we're gonna cut off the other side, and we're gonna do a lot of splitting, and we're gonna create what is essentially a tree that grows up and can hold a wand in it, the wooden branch wand that I've been working on. Hopefully that'll work out. And we may not work on this the entire time. We might switch over to do other projects. Because this is a little bit of a time-consuming. Ooh, it's getting hot. I'm gonna have to pre-cool this. You can watch on Twitch. Yeah, you can watch on Twitch if you want to. You can use the link tree to find links to all of my stuff. It's on the overlay right there. How can someone who hasn't taken the name Hammer is my name? Well, because I have that name. What do you mean? My account is like 8 years old. dog comes in and says hi, she'll move as soon as I start hammering. Usually she does. Oh, this is hot. Right up to the edge of what I can do right there. I could just start to put it down this, but it might jump a lot. We're gonna see. Watching both on Reddit and Twitch, the double support. Oh, that burned my legs a lot. That was very, very warm. Is that a dog? Yes. I have 2 of those. 2 dogs. Just waiting for that piece to get nice and hot now. So we're gonna see if we can avoid this jumping around too much. Yeah, there's enough weight in it that this is doable. As long as it's nice and hot. We're almost coming through. Gonna get this out. It's a saddle to protect the anvil. We're gonna run out of time in a minute here, but I'm just gonna start a part 2. So find the part 2 here on Reddit, and I'll see you in just a couple of seconds. Yeah. We have part 2 up and running, and the Twitch stream as well. We are currently in the middle of making a stand for the wand that we did yesterday, and what that stand is going to look like precisely I can't tell, but I'm going for something that looks a little like a tree. So it's taking a pretty big piece of stock and splitting into a lot of different pieces to create like branches and roots, hopefully. We'll see how well that turns out. So I'm gonna place this down, and I'm just gonna have the saddle ready for when I need it. You don't want to chisel into the surface of the anvil. So you wanna, once you get close, you wanna start using that saddle there. Now I'm starting to be a little bit careful, so we'll move it up onto the saddle. It'll make it a little bit more jumpy, but I really don't want to accidentally chisel into my hardened anvil surface. So it is necessary. Edge of this is still holding up. Gonna give it some more heat. This is also how you forge a crowbar, traditionally. Welcome back, IC Upload. Starter du stream forfra? Ja, fordi man løber tør for tid. Du har kun 45 minutter at streame med. Så efter 45 minutter, så stopper dit stream, så skal du starte et nyt. Det er sådan lidt fjollet, men it is the way it works. Man kan se på den positive side, så sørger det for, at folk de ikke sætter sådan nogle idle streams op med, se, her er stream af min gård og mine ender, som bare går hele dagen og laver ingenting, eller her er en 3D-printer, der printer ting. Hello, okay, firefighter? And we're starting to see the split happen. Cooling that off. Edge on this chisel still doing good. This is a very well. I did a good job on this chisel. Like in the hardening of this, the heat treat. It takes a pretty good beating. Love from the Philippines. Hello, hello. Får du med tiden, der folk op på dig? Ja, så får jeg lidt og sådan noget, men det betyder ikke så meget. Oh my god, it's him! Who? You're right, we love you. Alright. Hello, Harley. What are you making? Currently I'm working on making a stand, a display stand for the wand that I did yesterday, the wooden branch wand. That's what we're working on. I'm not sure that I'll be finishing this up today. I'm just kind of starting work on it, and maybe we might do some other stuff afterward. Can you read both chats from Reddit and Twitch? Yes, I can. I have both chats running next to each other. So it's only when Reddit goes crazy I can't keep up. Splitting a 15mm piece of steel takes a little bit, but we are getting there. We are through. Normally what you can do is you can take this, you can do this to kind of split it open some. So that's how you split a 15mm piece of steel, just with a hot cut chisel. I'm gonna heat that up. I'm gonna move one out of the way, use the other one as a handle. I need tongs to hold that now. Which one of these tongs will hold it. I'm hoping the big one will, but I think it might be a little bit too small. Just moving this a little bit out of the way like that. I'm gonna take a file. Whenever you cut steel, there's always a burr. I'm just gonna take a file and hot file this. That gets rid of most of that burr. See if we can do that on both sides. When the steel is hot like this, it files very, very easily. It's kind of like butter. And as soon as it cools down, it becomes a little bit more of an issue. And I can barely hold on to the heat of this. Got that filed up. Gonna check the tongs here, see if this one will hold it. There's nothing to it than grabbing and seeing if it'll hold. It'll hold nicely. Good, good. So these two here, they're gonna be the bottom branches, I think. We're gonna make them roots and stuff. We'll do that last. We wanna cut this somewhere up here and make some tree branches and stuff. So we're just doing a lot of splitting the material into different branches. We have like 4,500 people watching from Reddit now. That's a lot of people. For those who are wondering, I run Martillo Workshop. It's a blacksmith shop. I have a web shop on martillo.dk. That's the website. I also have a Twitch stream, twitch.tv/Martillo Workshop, and you can find me on Instagram and Facebook and YouTube if you search for Martillo Workshop. You can also use the link tree down here in the overlay, linktr.ee/Martillo Workshop. And yeah, the steel looks weird because it's just a webcam I'm streaming with. If you want high quality stuff, the Twitch stream has a better camera. And if you have questions, I try to answer questions while I'm waiting for the steel to heat up, but I can't catch all of the chat when we're this many people. But I try to keep up. A live stream that is not about instrumentals. Impossible. Well, I play music too. No, okay, no. You're in Nova Scotia. Have you read the title of the stream? It says Denmark. Oh, isn't there a place in Nova Scotia that's like call themselves Denmark? Are you actually streaming on Twitch? Yes, I am. Martillo Workshop on Twitch. You can find me. What am I making? I'm making a stand for a wand we did yesterday. I took a piece of steel and make it look like wood just to be like sassy, I guess. So we hammered this out from 15 by 13 mild steel, made it look like a branch, so we can make magic. And while we're making a display stand for it, so we can place it on a stand and it'll look good. And the stand is going to look a little bit like a tree because it fits the theme. You can see other photos of my work on Instagram if you want to, or my web shop. The steel we're working with is really large, so it takes a while to heat up. So it's still not hot enough. What we're going to be doing is we're going to be cutting it in twain. We're going to use this hot cut. I actually just broke a hammer. I just cut this piece over in two. This is 15 by 13 mil square bar. And I actually broke my main forging hammer cutting that off. Hammers break once in a while when you're being a little bit aggressive with it. And this hammer handle lasted for a very long time, so that was alright. So we switched hammers and hopefully this hammer will be alright. It's a fairly new handle, so it should be alright. It is a little bit loose though, so I'm not. Maybe go for a heavier one. We're gonna go for this one. This is probably the nicest handled hammer I have. That's a 1.5 kilo, a little bit heavier. That'll also make the work go a little bit faster. Yeah, Harry Potter style ones. I make those every Wednesday. Wednesday. Oh, excuse me. Every Wednesday is Wednesday. We make wands on Wednesdays. Did I say once and Wednesday plenty times enough? I stream every Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday, for those who are curious, on both Reddit and Twitch. So I'm going to show you how you cut a piece of steel that is 15 by 30 mil. It's a little bit cold, so we probably won't be able to do it in one heat, but we will try. A little bit heavy. halfway through, but it's getting cold. Oh, there we go. That's how you cut steel. Just gonna break that off. There we go. You don't need that. And that is actually faster than putting it in my power hack and cutting it that way. I have a big power hack saw that can cut that kind of stuff, but if it's hot, this is just as fast. And it's more fun. You don't want to cut the steel hot because it'll fuck up the temper on your blades. So I have a power hack right over here. I have this power hack right there. And even if it's water cooled, I don't want to bother putting it in that and cutting that. It takes just as long. Might as well keep it hot, cut it, and then be much faster to get moving with the work because it's already hot. Are ovens expensive to heat? They're still that hot? Costs like $3 to $4 an hour to run that forge. Did your hand hurt? No, not at all. Yeah, still making leaf pendants. I still have them for sale as well. I made this as a warm-up today. Just a little leaf you can I put on a piece of leather and sell on my shop. This one is a darkened one. The ones I have on my shop are not. Just oil, I got to burn some oil into it, makes it look nice. Hey, in Dansker, fantastic, yeah. Do you use propane? I use propane. I also have a coal forge, but I have no more coal left. Why not cut it with a saw? Because it's hot, and cutting it hot with a saw is gonna fuck up your saw, and hot cutting it is faster. Do you have any scars from welding, smithing? I have lots of burns and stuff. That's fairly normal. How did you start with blacksmithing? I just started doing it. I'm self-taught. I've been doing it for 2.5 years now. How heavy is my hammer? This one is a 1.5 kilo. My main forging hammer is just a 1 kilo, but I broke the handle on it. So we've moved up in weight. Yesterday I swung a 2 kilo hammer for a little bit. I don't do that very often. I don't like I haven't tried a dog's head hammer. I don't really see the point. Because I'm a firm believer, like a dog's head hammer is supposedly designed to just let drop. But I'm a firm believer of actually putting work into your swing. Okay, so what we're gonna do, we have a cut here. Every time we have a cut, we have a little bit of a burr from the steel being a little bit gummy. So I'm just gonna file that off, and that's just to make it clean, so we don't incorporate a weird burr into our steel, a little fold or anything like that. It's just kind of good style, really. Just make sure there's no weird burr going on. Just gonna set that down, and we're gonna be doing a lot of splitting. So we're not gonna be seeing a lot of amazing, crazy hammering going on. We're going to be doing a lot of hot cutting with the chisel here. This is a hot cut chisel designed to cut the steel hot. And we're gonna use that to do some splits in it, so we get some wood branches and some roots, and we can make a stand out of that for the wand that we made. Have you watched Forged in Fire? Yes, I have. Would I go on the show? Me being in Europe makes that a little bit eh. 1 kilo. Yeah, that's 2.5 pounds or 2.4 pounds or something like that. Yeah, we're just making a like a display stand for a wand I did. Does your anvil wear down over time? It does This is a stand with a an anvil with a hardened tool plate face, so it doesn't wear down fast, but it does wear down. I have worn down the edges a little bit through the 2.5 years I've forged with this, and I've put in a lot of hours on this, and it's a really, really good anvil. Really happy with it. It's holding up wonderfully. Older anvils that are made out of wrought iron, you can actually see the metal getting compressed. That's why you got that sway in the anvil sometimes. That's actually the metal being pressed together through forging, just by the hammer strokes over the years, just that forcing the metal to compress. And I have an anvil that has a little bit of sway in it. It's an old one. I'm gonna take this, gonna put it between my legs. Now actually I can't really hold it at a proper angle. Just gonna do that right here. Gonna take a chisel. I should be wearing a glove for this if I get heat radiation problems. I'm going to take this chisel here, and I'm starting a little bit of a split. I want to cool my chisel because the heat radiation from this is quite severe, and it'll ruin the temper on your chisel if you don't do it right. Will do, derpy derp, will do. For those who don't know, I have text-to-speech in my ears to my subscribers on YouTube. That's a little perk they get, so when I'm forging I can still hear what they say most of the time. I'm gonna heat that up. So I'm gonna put on a glove, and the reason why I put on a glove is because a big piece of steel like that, when that's heated to 1300 degrees Celsius, that creates a lot of heat radiation. Enough that it's hard for me to actually keep my hand that close to it for enough time for me to actually do the chiseling that I need to do. So putting on a glove just gives me a little bit extra time. You're seeing a lot of mushrooming over on this now, so I'm gonna I would put it on a grinder normally, but I'm just gonna see if it's soft enough that I can get rid of the worst of this. It's gonna take a while. Not gonna bother with it. I'm gonna clean that up later. Let me see here what the chat is saying. What are you making? A stand for a wand? A display stand? Alright, you got a cheap Chinese anvil? Who? Me? No, this is British made. This is Crinn and Lay. It's made between 1930 and 1960 in Britain. It's the model KL70. They're incredibly good. They're tempered perfectly. They have a really hard face in the center, and the edges are a little bit milder. They're tempered exactly to the point where they kind of almost want to crack off, but they don't. That's the exact temper point you want. And none of my other 9 anvils are Chinese. I have a hand-forged anvil from Britain as well, from 1824. Then I have 5 Pettinghaus, which is a German brand, student anvils, and a couple of old hand-forged anvils as well. That I don't know exactly where they're from, but I can promise you they're most likely from Britain. And then I have a Söderfors anvil, which is a Swedish maker. I have a cast Italian pattern anvil from them. That is from 1915. Gonna give this some more heat. Let me see here. Hello, Malkotosh. Or Malkolosh. What do you do with the blades you make? Oh, you're talking to Derpy Derp, yeah. What metal is that? It's just mild steel. Only cheap anvils bend? No, fuck off. You don't know what you're talking about. One, if you buy a cheap anvil, it'll be made out of cast iron. Cast iron doesn't bend. because it's not malleable at all. It's why it's called cast iron. You can't forge it, you can't bend it. It's very, very brittle. It breaks. So if you get a cheap anvil, it won't bend, it'll break. That's the difference. If you get a good anvil that is made out of steel, it might bend if the heat treat is too soft. It might also break if the heat treat is too hard. But a cheap anvil doesn't bend. A cheap anvil breaks. So many people talk out their ass, they don't know what they talk about. For instance, my Silver Force never had a heat treat that was too harsh. So a lot of the edges had chipped because it was too hard, and then they break because they become brittle. So I had to do a welding repair job on that. And having soft edges is preferable because you'd rather have them bend than break. You also don't get 120 kilo anvils that are cheap or poorly made. Like, people don't bother making big ass anvils out of low quality stuff. And this is a 120 kilo anvil. Cren and Ley are very good anvil makers. If I could, I would get one of each of their models. They have various different sizes of anvils, and I like them a lot. Oh, running low on gas here. Got a little bit of burp. Switch that out. Can you make me a hardcore samurai sword? Nope. What do you use for the quench oil? Old school blacksmith use oil instead of water. No, that's not true. Old school blacksmiths don't use oil instead of water. Old school blacksmith, or any blacksmith who knows what they're doing, will use oil or water depending on the steel they're quenching. Whether or not you use oil or water or air hardening depends on the steel you're quenching, not your preference as a blacksmith. It doesn't matter what the fuck you think. It matters what steel you're quenching. If you're quenching a C45, which is a medium carbon steel, you quench in water, it needs a harder quench like that. If you're quenching 5160, which is a spring steel, you quench in oil. It really likes being quenched in oil. It can be quenched in water, but it's a little bit hard on it. And if you quench in something like, if you're using S7, which is an air hardening steel, you don't quench it all. You air harden it. You just let it cool off in the air, and that'll harden it. So the steel determines what you quench it in, because the steel determines how fast it needs to be cooled down in order to harden. The blacksmith has no say in that. Very, very important to not just run with random ideas that you have, because there are a lot of incorrect information and a lot of myths in blacksmithing being perpetuated all the time, and it is not very helpful. Okay, we're starting to see this split. There we go. Just gonna grab this. I'll put this between my legs if I can. If I can hold on to it. There we go. It's a little bit tricky. I just want to open this up a little bit. There we go. Very good. gonna move one of these out of the way a little bit. That way we can get in there with a file. Just clean this up a smidge. Kind of want to heat that up some. Might want to split that open a little bit further. Here, if there's anything in the chat that I need to reply to. Are there a lot of people in your area that blacksmith, or is it not that popular? There are some locally, not really, but like within like half an hour there are a handful of blacksmiths. Not a lot of people do it for a living though. Most people do it as a hobby. I do it part-time. I run my business and my web shop, matilo.dk, where you can buy stuff that I make. And I run these live streams on Reddit and Twitch. You can find links to all of my stuff right here in the overlay. Link tr.ee/Matilo Workshop. And I'm on Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. And yeah, and I sell stuff. But I work part-time in the evenings in the youth club. Currently I'm not working because COVID. Alright, we've got some more heat in here so we can file this a lot more effectively. Sometimes you use the heat to make your job easier, right? Why work hard when you can make the forge work for you? So just cooling this off, or not cooling it off, heating it up, makes it much more gummy and malleable. And we can file the burr off here very, very easily. Just clean it up some while I figure out what kind of step I want to take next. Gonna flatten it out. So we're gonna do a little bit more splitting. I have a little bit of far of a stretch here, so I'm gonna split this down a little bit further. That's the plan for now. Let me see here what the chat is saying on the Reddit stream and the Twitch stream. Youth clubs are municipality-run social clubs for teenagers aged 13 to 18 to hang out in during evenings, so that they don't run around and do all sorts of other shit. They are everywhere in Denmark. There's like 9 of them in my municipality alone. I run one of them. What happens if you accidentally touch something that hot? You burn yourself. I'm a tool die maker. I respect what you do. I've been looking for an anvil. They're very pricey. Yeah, they can be. Depending on if you're in the US, they'll be very pricey. Ever had an accident? Yeah, that happens all the time. But if you're clever and use your brain, you won't ever have an accident that'll murder you. How much does a good anvil cost? Depends on where you are. This one is a brilliant anvil, and I paid $100 for it. It was used as a garden ornament before I got to it. It's purple because the webcam doesn't have a good filter for the infrared. What's your Twitch? Matilo Workshop. The most dangerous thing in a blacksmith shop is, contrary to popular belief, your power tools. The same tools that you have in any workshop are still the most dangerous tools in a blacksmith shop. Yeah, there's fire, there's propane, it's not that dangerous as long as you've got it set up right. The most dangerous tool in this shop is my angle grinders. That's the thing that'll kill me. It's the only thing that'll kill me in here. The propane forge won't kill me because propane isn't that explosive. My hammer strikes won't kill me because, like, how hard am I gonna strike in order to have something happen that it kills me? It's not really gonna happen. It'll be the power tools. So wear your safety shit when you're working with power tools. It's really basic. Alright, so we're gonna split this a little bit further down. Remember to cool off your chisel, otherwise you will lose your temper. So about 3 hits is what I'll give it. Tomo, Bina! My dogs are barking. Like, for instance, a lot of you might think that the hot steel is super dangerous, but it really isn't. It's very limiting how you can burn yourself with it. And even if I, for instance, hammer my hand while I'm chiseling here, it's not gonna kill me. I might break a finger. That's the worst that'll happen. I have hammered my hand plenty of times chiseling. It's rarely that bad. It just hurts a little. But power tools is dangerous as fuck because it's a... When I'm doing something here with my own body, if I fuck up, I'll stop automatically. It's just a reflex, right? If I touch the hot steel, I'll pull my hand back. It's a reflex. But if I get caught up in an angle grinder, either because I have clothing that gets caught, I have long hair that gets caught, that grinder is gonna keep spinning, and that's what's gonna fuck you up. Or if the blade explodes, the amount of force that's in that blade, or that grinding disc that explodes, is enough to kill you. So that's why you die. You die because it's an amount of power or force that is much greater than what you yourself can exert. And it will keep going. Show us the scars. I don't really have any bad scars. I might have a slight shadow right here from a piece of... I was working on a knife that jumped me from the anvil and burned me right here, but you can barely see any of it. Why can't he be a whitesmith? Because blacksmithing is what I do here with the rough forging, working the black. The black is referring to the material, the iron, and whitesmithing is referring to finish work and silver work and working with tin, stuff like that. That's why I'm not a whitesmith. I don't do jewelry. Oh, did you just think you made a joke and it turns out it's actually a real thing? They're being whitesmiths? Oh no. Alright, got this opened up. So that's a nicer start for me here. Use my file here, clean this up a little bit further down. Hey Platita. Yeah, we got a lot of people on Reddit watching today. Highly recommend that you check out my Instagram, Platita Workshop on Instagram. Find my Discord server if you use the link tree in the overlay, stuff like that. Or you can follow my Reddit stream or my Twitch stream if you want to get notified for future streams. I broadcast every Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Alright, now we're gonna start swinging a hammer because we got that split open. So now we're gonna see the real kind of traditional blacksmithing. I'm gonna get rid of the glove. I don't need that anymore because we're not working with something that radiates heat onto my hand anymore. I'll be using the tongs. I'll be using these things later though, so I'm just gonna move them over here. rid of that. We're gonna take this thing, we're gonna take it over the horn. Remember, this is hot, we had hot steel on it, so don't touch that. We're gonna go to the horn here, and we're gonna be swinging a heavy hammer and forging this down a little bit. You just need to get proper heat on it. The hotter the steel is, the easier it is to move, so you might as well make sure it's proper hot and save your arm a little bit of stress. But yeah, I'm making a stand for, I make once every Wednesday. And yesterday I made this one here, which is a piece of steel that I forged out to look like a piece of wood, just because I could. That rhymed. And that was actually hammered out from the same stock that we're working with now, so that's a 15 by 13 mil flat bar. We worked that out from, and we started with that thick stock because I needed to be able to make these kind of cut off branches or knots on there. But yeah, so that's like a little wooden wand made out of steel. Tune in tomorrow where we take a piece of wood and make it look like metal. No, we won't. We're getting some heat onto the steel, so we're getting ready to start forging again. I tried to catch a couple of questions here and there, even though the chat is crazy fast. How expensive it is to get a proper smithing set? Not very. You can build a forge with a hole in the ground and a hairdryer. Just look up videos on YouTube. You can get started really easily. Remember, this technology is over 1,000 years old, so the barrier to entry is really low. You don't need to have a fancy setup like me. Alright, we're gonna draw this out and flatten this. This up. There we go. So we got that center there, that waist kind of set down. Get a proper grip on it. Just kind of thin that out right there. We're gonna warm that up and knock the corners off. And you might want to think of that what I do here is sculpting to a certain degree. Except I'm not working with clay, I'm working with lava, and I can only touch it with a hammer. But yeah, I'm making a display stand for the one that I just showed a moment ago. If you want to see some of the other ones that I've made, you can find them on my web shop or on Instagram. My web shop is martilo.dk. Instagram and Twitch and all those places, YouTube and all that jazz, that's just Martilo Workshop. You can find me by searching. Have I ever banged another person on my anvil? No, I have not. Be surprised how dirty this place is. Just wanted to say thanks for doing this. Cool as shit to see while I work in Virginia in the US. I've always been interested in smithing as a hobby. You should get into it then. It's not that that difficult to get into. It's difficult to learn and get good at, but it's fun to start out. Looks like a 5'10". Well, I'm 5'11". I would have you know. How long have I been smithing? 2.5 years. I have a little bit of kind of croaky shoulder because I slept on it wrong. I don't feel any pain while forging, which is weird, but I'm just kind of see if I can figure out if it's still there. Oh yeah, there we go. There it is. Tell us a story? What? Where do you get raw materials? From a steel supplier? Appreciate what you're doing. Never see work like this. Yeah. Martilo means hammer in Spanish? Yes. Yeah, I used to use Martilo as a gamer tag long time ago, and I just used it for my business as well. My middle name is Hammer. I am not trying to flex. If I'm trying to flex, I'd be doing like this, and I'd be like, no. Whoops. That fell down. I'm gonna take the corners off. It's always funny when people are like, oh, you're just flexing. And it's like, I don't need to flex. Have you seen me swing a hammer? So just taking the corners off of this, so we get more of an organic shape. Pretty much the only thing I want to do here for that centerpiece right now. Just about there. I'm gonna get a bit of grip on this, a little further up. I'm gonna get this out of the way. A good timing for me to knock down that piece of brick, because I needed a larger opening. Man's built like a twig. Yep. I'm 5'11" and I weigh 58 kilos. I weigh half the amount of my anvil. What's my favorite thing I've made? I don't really have favorites, I just like blacksmithing. I learned two things today. To cool your chisel over 3 hits. And damn, I hate getting old. I forgot the last one. You're also very good at explaining the process. Thank you, man. What would you advise as a starting point to get into it? Find a blacksmith who knows what they're doing and pay them for a couple of hours to teach you the basics and good hammer technique. It'll save you a lot of pain and a lot of trouble in the long run. I didn't do that. I wish I had. So I know how annoying it can be to not have done that and how much of a benefit it is to do that. I do classes and I teach now, and I put a lot of focus into making sure they have the basics down. How come the metal turns purple instead of whitish? Because the webcam has poor filters. Good morning, Lyra. Will you make a sword? Yes, if someone is willing to pay me. Starting budget is $2,000 US. How many minutes can you hammer before exhaustion? If I'm working with a 1 kilo hammer, I can work for, well, 7 hours. That's how long I work for. Like non-stop forging pretty much, with a single dinner lunch break in between. If I'm swinging a 1.5 kilo, it's about the same, but it's a little bit heavier. It helps to have some good music in your ears. I'm currently listening to some Cybertron. AC/DC is also wonderful forging music. Split this open, I'm gonna flatten this out a little bit. We're gonna get the chisel out again. We're gonna get this stool over here, the water to cool the chisel, and the chisel we need. And we're also gonna get the saddle to protect the anvil once we're getting close to cut through. What about blacksmithing keeps you interested and enjoying it? One of the great things about blacksmithing is that even though you're doing the same thing, even though you're making the same project over and over again, it's always different. And you're also always thinking on the fly, making small adjustments and engaging very directly with the material and the project you're working with. I used to do a lot of leatherworking, and I hate leatherworking pretty much because it's the exact opposite. Instead of you working different things and doing different techniques and different processes and always engaging, leatherworking is the opposite, where it's no matter what you're doing, it doesn't matter what project you're doing, it's always the same. You never have to really think. You're just sitting there doing the thing, and it gets monotonous and boring real quick. Blacksmithing is the exact opposite. It's always interesting to work with, not necessarily to watch, but it's always interesting to work with, and you're always having to think and approach your work with an active mind. Like if I'm just a little bit sick, a little bit under the weather, it'll affect my forging a lot, because just having that little bit of a kind of setback in your energy level and your cognitive function, it shows up. Like the worst thing I made when I was sick. It's the ugliest salad tongs I've ever made. They are on my desk now as a reminder of just how shit you can be. I'm gonna see if I can get this done. Get out the way, apron. There we go. I'm gonna clench this. I'm gonna split this in twain. I'm gonna actually split it into 3. I didn't get my glove on. That's a regret that I have to make. There we go. There's so much heat in there that gets very, very hot. I'm gonna lift that over to the protective piece over here, so I don't hammer into my anvil here. And we've got that split open now. Very nice. We're gonna heat this up and split up the next section. Let me see here what I can catch up with here in the chat. Did you learn English in school? Yeah, we're taught in school. I learned in 4th grade, but today kids learn from 1st grade as soon as they start in school. What are you making? I'm making a display stand for a wand that I did yesterday. Made this wand out of mild steel that is made to look like a wooden branch. Forged that out right here at the anvil with hammer and chisel. And that's meant to look like a piece of wood. And obviously it's magic. You can make magic with it. That's the point. What we're doing now, we're making a display stand that's going to look a little bit like a tree that'll hold this branch. Do you always use the same hand? No, sometimes I go left-handed. If I'm doing very simple processes or techniques, I'll switch to left hand to help build up some strength and even out. And also build up some skill, so if I fuck up my right arm, I'll be able to forge left-handed one day. Question for you, why don't you wear longer sleeves clothing, or is there a high chance of getting burnt? You don't want to, like, you can wear long sleeves, that's not a problem, but I don't want to bother. I'd rather make sure I don't sweat because it's really cold when I'm not working. So I don't want to be damp when I stop working and then get really cold. That's annoying. So I make sure I wear so little clothes that I don't get sweaty when I'm working, and at least not in the winter. And I also just don't burn my shirt then if I don't wear one. Which is a legit reason that historically people didn't wear shirts when they worked in foundries and stuff, because they would burn them and they were so expensive to replace. They'd rather just burn their arms. I'm gonna take this once again. Just gonna give this a quick hit here just to split that a bit more. But then we're gonna go to the side of this. And begin splitting this open. Yeah, thanks for the sub, man. That's nice. Appreciate the support. Alright, we're gonna heat this up some more. Let's see here what we can keep up with. That's nice of you, Sema. You approve of smoking marijuana? I don't smoke. I don't care what other people do with their lives. It's not my problem. Did you train with someone to learn this? Nope, I'm self-taught. Why all the questions people asking about weed? Because they have nothing better to do with their lives, that's why. So they're like, someone random on the internet we can ask about the thing that we care about. You get those questions about anything, it's like someone will ask me like, hey, do you like cats? I'm like, what? Where are you from? I'm from Denmark. I'm just dipping it in water to cool it off so I don't lose the temper on it. Any tips for someone planning on setting up a stream for blacksmithing? Watch and learn, I guess. Do what you want to do, and don't get sidetracked or kind of pulled into the entire stream gimmick stuff. You don't need to have all sorts of shit set up just because you want to stream. You can just do it simple. Do you have forge everything? Any power hammer or I have a grinder. I also have a mechanical hammer, but it's not set up right now. Working on restoring it and getting it up to work. How much do you make a year blacksmithing? I don't know because I haven't been running my business for a year. I started this April. Do you drink or smoke? What do you do in your off days? I play tabletop RPGs. And I play music, I sing, I play guitar, play the baron. Used to work as a singer. Alright, we got this split open. Should be interesting to get this worked up. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna see if I can get in here with a file. A little bit tricky. Probably want to grab this. Open that up some. So that I can more easily file it. It's important that we clean these smaller sections up because the burr we have on here, they will stay in the final piece if we don't remove them at some point. I'm gonna give that some more heat just so it's easier to file. We're gonna get rid of this, and we're gonna start, once we've filed this, we're gonna start hammering those out and forming them into branches. Should be good fun. A little bit tricky, but should be fun. I work this part-time. Do you work out, my dude? I used to do, but I have taken a 2-year break because I fucked up my left elbow, crashing on a snowboard. I just slowly started working out again now, see if I can build up. What instrument is the baron? Well, you're spelling it really wrong, but it's an Irish instrument, so that's why it's an Irish frame drum. It's a fun little thing to play. Hvor i landet er du? Jeg er i Hobro. Favorite power metal band? I don't really do favorites, but for blacksmithing, AC/DC works well, and Cybertron works well. Alright. See if we can kind of... It's really tricky getting in there. This file is a little bit too big. Alright, we're gonna have to start opening this up. It's tricky when you have a lot of hot pieces of steel sticking out. The spelling of Bowran is really weird. It's B-O-D-H-R-A-N. Like Bodran, but it's Bowran. Okay, we got that cleaned up. I'm gonna get some more heat onto this. I kind of want to start by drawing out the centerpiece. Do you travel for work? Usually not, no. It's difficult to work several tons of gear with you. What are you making right now? A display stand for a wand that I made yesterday. Alright, I can probably start keeping up with the Twitch chat now again. Yeah, the close-up angle on Twitch is dope. If you're watching on Reddit and you haven't seen the Twitch stream, I highly recommend that you go over to twitch.tv/Untitled and check that out. Because I have a much better camera there and it shows it very close up in nice detail. Yeah, a lot of people thinking about building forges after watching this. Are you a Scorpio? No, I'm a human. Is it harmful at all to breathe in? I have some draft going through the shop and a big open gate. So not a problem for me, but you can develop some gases and fumes depending on how you set up your stuff and what you're forging. So you do want to be aware of what you're doing. I have to open this up if I can. Just using the hot cut for that works fine. Then I can use the hammer to kind of get rid of these entirely. You gotta start one place, so now we're starting with this branch right here. You start forging that out, shaping that up. It gets cold really fast out here, so you'll see warm it up soon, even though the rest is still very hot. This is now too cold to forge really. Not gonna finish this up today because it is very time consuming to get done, but it's a fun little project. It's the first time that I'm sporting like a legit tree. Hello Bramwell. Yeah, I came from Reddit. This is much better. Yeah, everyone is like, yeah, Twitch is much better camera wise. I do Reddit streams every time I'm live on Twitch as well. I treat the platforms evenly, so every Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday I'm live on both Reddit and Twitch. I see you're using a file rather than a wire brush. Is that because you're removing burrs? Yep, you're removing burrs. Is it possible to make a gun just using material in that? No. Not really. How long have you been forging in your life? 2.5 years. As a business, I launched my web shop in April, so a little less than a year as a business. How old is the building you're in? It's from 1912 and it's an old stables. Yeah, it's looking into your soul. I think I have dogs barking. Let's get working. I don't need the gloves. So you guys gonna draw this out. Oh, and it's really trying to spin on me, so I'm gonna see what I can do to try and. Oh, that sucks. I'm gonna have to untwist that. But I need a good torque to grab that. I think this one should actually do just fine. So what happens there is, as I've hammered this, because I've been turning it as I'm hammering, it has been wanting to twist, and that's because I'm using a very heavy hammer for it. I'm gonna go down to a. I'm gonna go down to an 800 grams, so we're almost cutting the weight in half. Should give me a different kind of. But before we do that, we're just gonna grab this and try and twist it back if we can. There we go. That's doing the twist for us. Nothing fancy. Just. Good morning, Chrysalis. We want to clean this up some. It's just a lighter weight hammer for moving the smaller material here. Works alright. Switch to a round pin to get into the crevices a little bit. And that works alright. I'm gonna heat that up, I'm gonna move that out of the way, move another one in the way so we can work on that. And that's the process we're going through now, is that we're taking in each individual branch that we cut out, moving the others out of the way, and then we're just kind of forming one up at a time. And then at one point we'll have kind of a tree. It just takes a long time and it's a little bit finicky. What kind of tongs do you use most often? I'd say both jaw tongs, but it just depends on what I'm working on. It really, you can't really use that info for anything because it entirely depends on what you're working on. Hello, Wayward, and everyone else, by the way, who I've missed in the chat. What's the square and the circle? The holes here, that's a hardy hole and a pritchel hole. The hardy hole is the square one, that's for holding tools, and the pritchel is the round one, that's for punching holes through stuff. What are you making? A display stand for a wand? With a Harry Potter style wand? You burn natural gas? No, I burn propane, but it costs about, I burn a kilo an hour, and that's about $3-4 bucks. You work with molten metal sometimes? Nope. I'm gonna need lunch soon. What I'm gonna take this and break that out of the way. Take this and break into the way, so I can start working on that. Hammer I'm working with here. You can actually see some of that burr there that I didn't get rid of. going to be missing my smaller cross peen in a moment. I'm gonna need a heavier hammer too. I'm gonna go to this one. This is a 1.2 kilo. This is actually the first forging hammer I used. But it doesn't have a cross peen, so it's not as functional. Glorious Danish bastard, what steel would you recommend for making punches, hot cuts, etc.? How did you go about finding a supplier to start with? Right, so I buy my mild steel from a steel supplier, but my hardenable steel I use scrap because it's so readily available in good qualities, in good quantities. For chisels and hot cuts, for a chisel I would use silver steel. And for a hot cut, I would use any kind of tool steel, really. It's not that important, any tool steel will do. You can also make chisels out of spring steel, but it's not quite, they don't hold up quite as nicely in my opinion. Silver steel is really good for chisels. You can make hot cuts and stuff like that out of spring steel, I think. Dude wasn't lying, Twitch was a much better stream, yep. I never actually go on Reddit, came on, and first thing I see is this. I haven't been able to look away for half an hour. Alright, yeah. Are you in Sydney? Yeah. Glad you're enjoying. I assume you're enjoying. I assume you're not just sitting there like, what is this going on? Being all angry. What temperature would you need to melt the metal? Well, the metal won't melt. What happens is that when you hit 1330 degrees Celsius, the carbon that is in the steel will begin to burn. The steel will crumble. The steel won't melt until all of the carbon is burned out of it. So it's a little bit tricky, I guess. Alright, so we got that second one done. I'm gonna see if I can kind of get these moved out of the way a little bit. A lot of heat radiation on this. I'd like to really get in there and shape up this some better. Oh, we can get a little bit done here, that's nice. That's actually alright, that's all I wanted, pretty much. There we go. I want to take this, move into the way. This is kind of like this is the first set of branches I'm doing, and there's kind of functioning like a proof of concept. If I can get these 3 cutoffs looking nice, that means I can get the rest of it looking nice. If I have trouble here, I might have to rethink my approach. What does your name mean? Matteo is Spanish for hammer. My middle name is Hammer, that's why. Just subscribe to YouTube and watch all day. Yeah, thank you. I don't actually make a lot of YouTube videos currently, but there is a bit of a library on there to go through. YouTube was essentially my journey of learning how to blacksmith. So all of the YouTube videos is just me being an idiot and not knowing what I'm doing. And then once I started getting a hold of blacksmithing and getting good at it, or better at it, I kind of stopped making YouTube videos. So if you want to see what it took for me to learn blacksmithing, just start from one end of my YouTube channel and watch all the videos. It's the entire journey. I rewatched my first blacksmithing video, me forging a set of tongs not too long ago, and it was so cringeworthy, it's so bad. You can work the carbon out and change the properties of the metal. No, you can't. You don't work the carbon out. That's not how that works. What you do is that you fuck up the grain structure. The carbon is still there, unless you burn it, of course. In which case the metal will crumble. But what happens is when you have carbon steel and you heat it repeatedly, the grain structure grows, and the steel will start to become it'll start to develop cracks, and it won't be able to actually really, it won't want to move, it'll want to crack. Instead it kind of becomes brittle, or it loses some of its structural properties. It's alright. So you're not as much burning the carbon, you're just kind of fucking up the structural, the grain structure of the steel, but you can kind of reset it by annealing it, by heating it up to a critical temperature and letting it slow down very, very cool a couple of times, very, very slow a couple of times, sorry, not cool. Slow it down, cool it down very slow. That'll force the grain structure to reform in a very, very fine texture, which is what you want, and that'll allow you to continue to work the steel if you're careful. It is rarely something that's an issue. Very rarely. By the way, if you want to watch this stream with music, if you type !music in the Twitch channel, you'll get a link to the same to a player that has a synchronized version of my Spotify playlist next to it. So you will be able to listen to the same music I am at the same time as I am. And I try my best to hammer with the rhythm, so sometimes it works. I'm calling it a night. All right, Moon Hall. Thanks, man. Have a nice evening. Yeah. I always call out when someone says something that I think is wrong, because it's always a good learning opportunity. What time is it there? It is 3 p.m. almost. Is it possible to electrify the metal to heat? Yeah, you could do that. You can do it with induction, or you can do it with literal resistance from voltage going through it. Got some more heat in here, and I'm just working on drawing a taper out. The tricky thing is that it's limited in what kind of angle I can forge this in, because of all the other stuff sticking out everywhere. So I'm kind of have to move this in odd fashions. Kind of got this drawn out some, and I'm just kind of rounding it up a little bit. See where I can get it to land. I just want to make sure it's not square. I don't really care about making it round, it doesn't have to be. I don't mind it having a little bit of a funky texture for this project here. I just don't want it to be square. That's the one thing it's not allowed to be. Alright. That's very nice. And this one is pretty much shaped up the way I want it to be. Already, that's very good. I'm gonna heat this up, I'm gonna sort these out. I think I'm gonna go to the rounding hammer, or the round peen rather. Actually, let's go with this one instead, rounding hammer. I did hold 1 hour of forging in Boy Scouts 7-ish years ago, and I kept taking the keychain I was making and cooling it in water. It wasn't malleable after a few doses, but all the leaders just kind of let me screw myself over, so I'm glad to know that's where I went wrong. Yeah, no, if you keep quenching, if it's mild steel, you can continue to quench in water, that's not a problem. But if it's carbon steel and you likely use some scrap that had carbon in it, that'll fuck it up. It's so much better with music, yeah, right? Right now it's just playing instrumental Cybertron for some reason, but it's alright. See you later at a social device, yeah? What are the advantages, disadvantages of smithing versus casting? They're two entirely different processes. So that's really not, and I only have experience with one, so I can't really tell you. I can just tell you what you can do with blacksmithing. And you cast stuff that can be cast, you blacksmith stuff that can be forged, or forge stuff that can be forged. You wanna my music stuff that I'm listening to? That's a link you get through Twitch. But the link itself is supermagiclink.com/Martillo Workshop. So now we're just moving this into position. I'm using the horn here to give it a little bit of branchiness. I'd actually like to thin this out a little bit if I can. Alright. I'm gonna give that some more heat. So later, Nate. The thing is, when you cast something, you cast it out of either brass or something like that, or like a non-ferrous metal, or you make it out of cast iron. You can't really work, like it's two different materials. You can't work cast iron, you can't forge it. It's kind of like asking what the differences are or the pros and cons are of, let me come up with a good comparison. Oh, that is difficult. But it's like it's two different crafts. They have nothing to do with each other. They just so happen to both work with metals, really. No, maces weren't cast. You forge. You don't cast weapons because you can only. Why would you cast it? Like, what? No, you forged that shit. Pretty sure that historical weapons weren't cast. Like even maces and stuff, you can forge those. People do that. And let's just be clear. A mace is a legitimate weapon, and those were forged. A morning star is a ceremonial weapon, which means that it wasn't meant as a weapon, really. So it's kind of a weird comparison. At least I've never seen a morning star that was actually meant as anything that a kind of ceremonial kind of thing. It's kind of like you know, guardsmen would have like maces, like on morning stars rather. Like those night guards that run around the city, they would have those, but they weren't there really to be used. Oh shit, is that a cracked coconut? No, it's not fine. It's more a matter of looking intimidating than being actually lethal. But I may just be talking out my ass. It's not one state, it just didn't get updated. I'm gonna use this. This is just a cone mandrel. And that's just to help shape this up some. Alright, so that's one branch kind of done there, sticking out. We're gonna do the other side as well. We got a little bit more mass on the other side too. So that should allow us to do some good, cool stuff. Oh, I got forge shit in my mouth. Just gonna give this a couple of hits here to help knock off some of that forge skill. This is gonna be weird. Gonna leave the cone main drill in. I might want to use that to split something open. Hello, stayed away. Yeah, I use borax too. What are we doing today? We're making a stand for the wooden branch wand that I did yesterday. Yeah. The dog says hello. Hi, dog. Ouch. Got a little bit of a square on this that I want to get rid of. So just kind of forging that out of the way if I can. A little bit weird angle here and there. Trying to get that done. Because that's one of the branches out there. I'm gonna heat this up, get this out of the way. Gonna switch hammers. Going from 500 grams to a 1.5 kilo. Let me see here what the chat is saying. What breed is the dog? She's the Husky Fox Terrier. I have another one as well, who's a lab, Danish-Swedish farm dog. How long does the anvil last? Hundreds of years. Just until someone breaks it, like drops it or something. It is a nice anvil. It's a Crinan model KL70, 120 kilo British made anvil from between 1930 and 1960. I got to see Yutun yesterday. Oh, you were watching Miss Bispo's stream? Or something? Or Mrs. Bispo? Sounds nice, Wanderlust. Have fun, man. I want to give this a little bit more heat. Running low on the propane though. that's actually alright. How much time did it take to make the axe on your shop? No clue. Like the one that sold, can't remember. But I'll be making some more, I just gotta handle them. Oh, it's so tricky when you're working with there's so much inertia in this stuff that actually getting it to do what I wanted it to do is tricky. I just want to get in there, get rid of these corners as early as possible. But this is tricky. How the hell do I get in there? Do it like this. That's one way to do it. Alright, we got the bottom of that kind of sorted. Kind of being the key word. Might want to use the hot cut to shape some of that up. Is one arm more jacked than the other? Yes. How likely is an anvil to break if dropped? I think it's almost solid steel. I think it's kind of hard to believe that it would crack if it fell from any less than 3 feet. You'd be surprised. A lot of anvils, especially the older ones, lose their horns, or they break right here with the hardy hole, because that hardy hole there and those corners are stress risers. It creates a weak point for the back here to snap off. What happens is, what breaks an anvil is one of two things. Either it gets dropped or knocked over, and that will be enough, because if it's a 120 kilo anvil, this is not a lot of like strength right here, and remember, this is not steel. This right here is cast, so it's cast iron. The only thing that's steel on this anvil is right here, and older anvils that are forged from wrought iron will have a lot more impurities in them and much more likely to break. The other thing that happens is that you are using a hardy tool with a sledgehammer or something like that over the horn or right here, and you're wailing away with a 5 kilo hammer, and you just crack the thing off in two. That happens. I wouldn't expect it to happen to an anvil like this, but I've been using a sledgehammer on the horn, and you can see it gets compressed. Steel is not that, and cast iron as well is not. It is not like unbreakable. It will break. Sounds good, code spent. Just more procrastination. How did you get your resources? Do you mean money? All of this stuff I either bought or I made. Like I make my own tongs and all that jazz. But most of the stuff want to do, if I can, if it'll allow me to, get my hot cut out, set that down there, use that as a wedge in there, and then it's strong enough for me to hammer on the side here, and use it as a tool to create a little bit of a shape that up. Yeah, that's very nice. We can do that on the other side as well. That works well. Let's just kind of round it up a little bit. We don't mind this being a little bit weird looking. Just want to get this to a good point before I move down. I want to actually create a secondary branch on this thing. So I'm just gonna position this upright so we can actually chisel that out. See where we land, but I also need lunch at some point. So maybe I should actually, I actually wanted to do lunch now. Fuck. Maybe we should get that lunch done. No way he's breaking that anvil. No, I'm not. But if we have 3 people striking on it with sledgehammers, we might. You'd be surprised. Like, I have an anvil right over here that has broken both the heel and the horn. I'm thinking that I want to split it this way. See a little brain spot? And the slow ass text to speech. I don't know why it does that with me, but it's hilarious. I'm gonna widen this out a little bit if I can. Just create a little bit of a floor. Creates a starting point for me to cut that. Oh, that's dirty. Don't touch my face. But I'm gonna leave this here for a little bit. Just gonna leave that there, and I'm gonna get my lunch and get something to eat, because if I don't eat, I get real tired real fast. So just impromptu lunch break right here. That's how we do it. My lunch is pasta salad, as always. I can turn down the forge a little bit. But we're gonna leave it running so we don't start freezing. You want to make sure, if you're forging with solid fuel, you need a lot of air. Like, I use a leaf blower for my fuel forge. What would you need 3 people with sledgehammers to forge? Anything that's big. There are, a lot of people don't know this, but there exists 2-hand or 2 people sledgehammers, and even 3 people sledgehammers. So those are sledgehammers that are so heavy that it takes 2 or 3 people to lift them, and they have 2 handles sticking out so that each person has their own handle to hold the one sledgehammer, and they would weigh maybe 15-20 kilos, if not more. And you use those to forge the big ass stuff. Remember back in the day, an anvil like this was probably forged. If you ever seen like a big boat and their chain links that are like this big, those were forged. You had to have people with hammers hammering on those. And so that's when you need 6, 7, 8, 12 people working. Anvils can be repaired, but it's generally speaking not worth it. Small problems can be repaired just fine. Bigger, if it breaks and stuff, it's usually just leave it as is, and you can still forge with it. It just loses some functionality. There are images of people, like from workplaces, standing with those two people and 3 people sledgehammers. It's amazing. I didn't forge this fork in particular, no. I have done forks though. Either you or Minecraft are lying right now. Minecraft has never let me down. That's funny. The first anvil was made out of rock. What's my name? What do I need my name for? Okay, it's not a secret, but it's a weird thing to ask. Got a fucking iceberg. Jeg ved faktisk ikke, om det er iceberg der. Det er bare sådan en eller anden salatblanding. How do you solder something? You may want to just Google that instead. You heat up material and use it as a kind of glue. That's how you solder something. Acres, that's feta cheese. I like my feta. Ja, jeg tror også det er hjertesalat. Jeg ved det sgu ikke. Trust me more than Google? Oh, you shouldn't. Not when it comes to soldering. Just to reference. Oh, the problem is with my name, you can't type it out and you can't pronounce it either. My name is Son, but it uses letters you don't have, so it doesn't matter. Is that meal even enough for you? You work really hard? Yeah, it's fine. It keeps me going throughout the stream. And then I eat, obviously, when I go offline again. I just need a little something to keep me going, a little bit of energy. That's all I need. I don't want to eat a lot while streaming because it takes long. Can you speak German? Ja, ich spreche... No. Ich kann, bist du in diesen haben mitgefühlen, am heute Geburtstag hab, ja? You can call me whatever. Yeah, brain smoke. Oh. For all I care, you can call me Bitch Boy 3000. I don't really mind. How hard are forks and spoons to make? Not very. They can be a little bit tricky if you want to make them really nice to use, but they're not difficult to make. Haha, Meat Mountain, that's hilarious. Yeah. Legion, that's bad. That is so bad. No, the funniest thing is, what you guys call Danishes, we call wienerbrød, which means essentially just bread from Wien. Like Vienna. Because like, you would say it's Danish, we say it's Austrian. It's probably Swedish. Yeah, French fries. Yep. I don't even know where they're from, but probably not French. Do eating videos now? No, I just eat my lunch. Call them pudding talchen. Alright. Gonna get ready to do some more forging. So we're one side of the tree done. We're gonna fuck around some more with shaping this up. And we're gonna now split this on the other side. Just gonna wait for that to heat up. What time is it there? It is 3:30 p.m. Do you just eat more pasta salad? No, I make some other food. Ever forged a scythe? Nope. See you later, Legion. Ever forged shaved before? Oh, do you mean like a actual shaving knife? I haven't forged one, but I do want to try. I shave with a knife, so like I know how to make one that works well. So it would be nice to make my own. Can I do something this manly? Yeah. All right, Syntherius, that's nice. It's bedtime in Australia, yeah. Yeah, straight razor, that's what it was called. I almost did that today, but I was like, nah. But it's a simple thing to forge. It's just a couple of things you need to be aware of. Most of it is in the grind. Of course, you can forge the fuller out, which would be cool. I'm considering, like, it's mostly where the grip where you hold it, you want to make sure that it's very particular. Yeah, exactly, Acres. It's the grind that gets tricky because you're doing a very, very aggressive hollow grind. But I'm considering like doing one where I forge out the hollow grind with a fullering tool, and then just do the edge on a grinder. That would be kind of nice, because that way you're sure you're not gonna grind through. That's the tricky thing, right? Slowly getting some heat up here. Alright, we got this out. We're gonna put this in between our legs. We're gonna crouch down so we get a good height on it. What we wanna do is we wanna... Oh, this is gonna be tricky as fuck. Where am I done this? Okay, I've got that fuller there. Alright then, we're gonna do this. Woo! That's the thing. Wanna be a little bit careful there. Don't want it to flip over on us. Gonna heat that up some more. French fries are from Greece? Alright. Glove! I know. I rarely wear bitch mittens. You know, I wear them when I get the heat radiation. You see my wrist here is getting red from the heat. This gives me more time. The good thing about not wearing gloves is that it forces you to pull your hand away and it reminds you to quench your, cool down your chisel. If you're wearing gloves and you're not getting heated up, you might forget to do that. I don't really have that problem here, but sometimes it might be smart. I'm gonna put this over here because we're about ready to start punching all the way through this material here. God damn it, this is difficult to hold on to. There we go. We got that cut open. We're gonna do another split a little bit further up. want stand? Yep. Didn't get a notification today, that sucks. Oh, use my fire to shave? No. You like the show Forged in Fire? Yeah. It's good fun. A lot of idiots on that show, but it's good fun. You can also just tell that most of them are amateurs because they're not used to forging for that long. Like I know it's a very hot and it's very different setup with that hot of a forge, but you can see like you're dead just because you've been forging for 3 hours. I don't know. I should actually talk with some of the guys who've been on there and just be like, what the hell? Why is it like? Is it actually that bad? Because to me, forging 3 hours is just like nothing. So it seems weird that you have these supposed kind of pro smiths having a really hard time forging for 3 hours. And they have fucking power hammers and shit, right? Like it's not like they're hand hammering all the time. They're using presses and power hammers. Get on the show? Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure I'll have to pay for my own plane ticket, so no thanks. Friends with a local smith who has been on it. It's not the forging that's tough, it's the time limit and the fact there are 4 gas forges running at forge welding heat makes the show crazy temp. Yeah, but how crazy though? Like, are we talking like 30 degrees Celsius, 35 degrees Celsius? Because like, yeah, the time limit, but the time limit is it makes it difficult, but that's not what makes you like cramp up and stuff like that, right? 40 degrees. Then that's yeah, that's where the limit is. There was like this big dude on recently. He was the most fit dude in the entire shop, and you can just tell he doesn't swing a hammer for very long amounts of like very much. He started cramping up, and I was like, you have a power hammer right there. Like, why are you cramping? You barely used your arm. It's ridiculous. But I'll promise you, if I ever end up on a show like that, my arms will probably cramp too. I know that the first time I went to the museum and forged there, I got fucked real hard. Now we were forging for 7 hours, so it's a little bit different, but I got a lot of blisters for some reason, and I think it was just because of the hammers they had there were kind of shit. They had like varnished handles and stuff, which I don't use. As any blacksmith will tell you, you don't want to varnish your handle, it's a problem. And that fucked me over, so I had so many blisters. And I imagine being in a new shop will do that to you. Are you lifting anvil? No. Who trained you in forging? No one? I did. Alright, so we've got that cut open, we've got that filed up as well. We'll want to draw out the branch a little bit at the bottom before we start moving up to the actual tenon that we just cut out. Or prong, whatever you want to call it. So I'm going to go over the horn here. That was a bad setup. Need to get this out of the way. Just want to spin this out some. I'm actually gonna switch to a different hammer. It's a little bit heavy, this one. Should be swinging all day. Especially after yesterday. So going down to 1 kilo again. You don't have 3 other forges running? I do sometimes. I do classes in here, and when I do classes, I have 2 forges running. It's not quite 3, but the building is also much smaller than that studio, so. And sure, it gets a little warmer. But it's not the amount of forges that matters, it's the amount of burners. Right, so it's not that they have 4 forges running, it's that they have, 12 burners running? I only have 3 burners running when I run 2 forges. Oh, I don't need this. I'm gonna get that out of the way. Move that out of the way. There we go. Here's the rounding hammer. But I need to file this. Got a little bit of a burr there that I didn't take care of. But I can do that now. I think you stepped on my shoulder wrong. Yeah, probably. I stepped on your shoulder wrong. What difference does the weight of the hammer mean for the work? It means that the heavier the hammer, the further the kinetic energy will travel into the material and be able to move it. So if you're working a really thick piece of material, you want a very heavy hammer to allow for that force to travel deep into the material and move the center of the mass and not just the surrounding outer sections of the mass. So for instance, a 1 kilo hammer will work up to 2 centimeters of material nicely. As soon as you hit 2 centimeters of material, you want to go up to a heavier hammer to be able to work the center of that material. And if you're working with too light of a hammer, it seals itself in the way that the surface will mushroom over and the center won't really move much. Hello, Miss Baba Ganoush. See if I can't get this worked out. without poking my eyes out. That's why I wear safety glasses. If you dislike having stuff in your way, this is not a project for you. Holy hell. There's just all sorts of stuff sticking out everywhere. Normally when you make a tree like this, what you do is you forge out the individual branches and then you forge weld them on. That's a way to do that. I don't want to forge weld in this forge though. It'll burn up all the fine branches. Did you make those tongs? Yeah. I didn't make my hammer here. I only made one hammer of my own, but I made all of my tongs almost. Like 15 pairs of them. You stream at this time of day only. I stream from 11 AM Danish time to about 5 PM Danish time usually. And it is almost 4 PM now. I broadcast every Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Alright, that's one way to do it. I want to take that piece. I have one lump of material left up here. That's gonna get split as well. That lump right here. I'm gonna lower that down so it's nice and flat. I'm gonna split that in two. Let me see here what the chat is saying. Thanks, Baba Ganoush. I have 20 minutes left on the Reddit stream. That sounds like a good time frame for this broadcast. Grab this, put it between our legs, best we can, if we can. I'd actually like to hold it like this instead. Let's see here. Tongs are having a hard time grabbing this because of the angle of the dangle. Getting curious to doing it as a profession now. Sadly, school kills all my creativity, and now me being able to do it, it's not easy to make money as a blacksmith. What are you making? A display stand for a wand, I did. So yesterday, it was Wednesday, we make wands on Wednesdays. And I made this piece of, it's a steel wand made to look like a wooden branch. Just a little a creative project. That TDRM, that doesn't translate well to English. So I'm just making a tree and then we'll form the branches out so it can hold that wand nicely. Somehow. We'll also need to make the roots for it. There we go. Got that sorted out, more or less. And we're gonna leave that there for now. Hello, that one guy. Done with the class. What did I miss? All of the stuff that you missed. Hey dog. Hey Bina. Why are you wet? Why do you not seek shelter when it rains, dumb dog? You're silly. Just using this to kind of pry this open a little bit. Just a smidge. I have to move this out of the way again. It's tricky work making it like this. Can you catch me on some lunch breaks? Yeah. Oh, you haven't missed much if you were here while I ate lunch. Yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a shorter day today, but we did exert a lot of energy yesterday. Just want to get these branches done. Baba Ganoush. How's the shoulder? It's pretty much the same as yesterday. But that's alright considering how much punishment I gave it yesterday. It means there's really no big issue. Miss hit there. I think I'm gonna like how this is turning out. I'm not gonna give it any wood texture. I'm just gonna leave it as is with that forged finish. Hello 99 Forge. Hello 30 Grain as well. Good day, good day. Ever forged or thought of forging a sword of any kind? Yeah, sure. Thought about it a lot. Shut up, Puppy Master. You do classes in blacksmithing? Yeah, I offer classes when there's no COVID around. Oh, I don't need the glove, by the way. Got that one there. We're gonna move this. Oh fuck! Almost got this locked in. How the fuck do I? Okay, I'm gonna have to do a lot of bending to get this out while not dropping this. Oh, okay. We got it. Okay, success. We didn't drop it. Ah, there we go. What the hell is this even? I worked as a locksmith. What is a blacksmith? Wait, just Google it, man. Okay, if people are gonna talk about investments, I'm gonna give my input as well. Buy Bitcoin, bitches. kind of got this out to a point where I can start forging it now. Don't invest in awards, I don't need them. Just go to twitch.tv/Martilo Workshop and watch continuously. Isn't it a bit late to make big money out of Bitcoin? No, why would it be? Are you real? I got scammed by Bitcoin millionaire before, fuck that. Bitcoin has nothing to do with you paying money to some dipshit. Buy Bitcoin and just leave it the fuck be for 5 years and double your money. Yeah, we're making a wand holder, a display stand. Can we call it a display stand? It's not a wand holder. When my Gox went down, they lost all 14 of my coins. Yeah, but you've been a dumbass. Why the fuck are your coins sitting on an exchange? That's not Bitcoin's fault. That's your fault, right? You gave your keys to someone else, and it's like, please hold on to this, and then trusted them to hold them. People screwing other people over has nothing to do with Bitcoin. That's just you trusting strangers to hold your Bitcoin. Don't do that. Or and if you do it, be aware that they might just fuck off with your money. Like, don't fucking blame Bitcoin. Like, I'm not gonna blame the euro that I borrowed money to someone or lent money to someone and then they didn't pay me back. That's not the euro's fault. People are so irrational about Bitcoin. It's like, oh shit, I did something stupid with my money, so therefore I'm never gonna use that currency again. It's like, what? People get scammed out of their US dollars every day. It doesn't mean you shouldn't use it, it just means you should stop being dumb and trusting with your money. Bitcoin is no different. It's really that simple, even though it's a harsh reality to face. If it can just be deleted with no trace, there's a problem, but they can't. Why do you think they got deleted? They didn't. They just ran with your fucking money, and they can trace that. The money that Mt. Gox ran with, we know exactly where they sit. Because that's the thing about the Bitcoin ledger. It's all public. We can follow those coins. How much cash should I save before I invest in Bitcoin? No, at least $5,000 bucks. Don't be a dumbass. Invest the money you can afford to invest. Don't invest money you can't afford to invest. That's the rule. No one can tell you how much you should save up because no one knows your financial situation better than you. You need to be able to figure that out on your own. No advice helps other than the one that I just gave you. Don't invest more than you can afford to invest. How much higher do you think Bitcoin will go from the current place? I don't know and I don't care. The only thing I do know is that it's the best thing to invest money in the past 10 years. It doesn't matter how far it's going to go. If historically it's been the best thing to invest in, it's probably one of the best things to invest in. Bitcoin works in a very specific way where the halvings have a pretty good impact on price jumps. And the next halving is in when? Like 2 or 3 years? Something like that. So if you just invest before then, you should be fine to make some profit. And then of course you need to be able to let that money sit there without a problem. Right? Invest the amount of money you can afford to invest. Get them the Bitcoin off of the exchange and then just leave them be for 5 years. Come back to them then and see how much money you've made. Do you work out or do you just blacksmith? A little bit of both. I've got some branches formed out here. I like what this is looking like right now. Just want to see if I can. This is just giving this a little bit more of a waist. That's nice. All right, all right. So this is a pretty decent thing. Now we gotta bend all of this into position where we want it. We also want to like create some branch-looking stuff. So we want to create some harsh dents in it. Actually, I think the scrolling tongs I have would be good for this. What do you think of doing an antler wand and stand? I'm not sure how an antler wand would look. Yeah, I saw you got your order in Clubhead. I'll be shipping that out tomorrow. I'm wondering what would happen if there happens a sellout and miners stop mining. The amount of miners that mine have nothing to do with the value of Bitcoin. If anything, if the price drops, they just turn off some of their machines and until the price adjusts, or until the difficulty level adjusts. People have so many concerns about Bitcoin because they don't have all of the information they need to understand it. So essentially, Bitcoin is a lucky man's game. No, it's not. If you have bought Bitcoin at any given point in time in history, you will have made money. That has nothing to do with luck. If every single person who ever bought Bitcoin, and if they had not sold them, if this just helped them, they had made money, that's not luck. That's just fucking making money. Let's fucking buy this shit and hold on to it. and ignore if the price drops. Just fucking hold on to it. Don't sell your shit. I bought Bitcoin in 2017. And I just pulled out my initial investment. I bought at a point that is arguably one of the worst points in time to buy Bitcoin. Not the absolute worst time, but a pretty bad time. But you just hold on to them and you still make money. It's pretty fucking simple. Transactions would stop? No, they wouldn't. The miners they just mine blocks which include the transactions. Bitcoin is set up in such a way that the difficulty adjusts, so if there are fewer miners who mine, if there's less machine power in the pool, the difficulty decreases, so that the fewer miners will be able to mine the same amount of transactions over the same amount of time with less energy. That's just a typical example of someone who doesn't understand what Bitcoin is. The entire thing is set up so that on average mining a block should take 10 minutes regardless of how much power there is in the pool. Oh my fucking lord. Oh, someone is tense. Yes, the miners are the ones who solve the blocks. And in those blocks they include transactions. That is true. That is what I am saying. But it doesn't matter how many miners there is, because the difficulty of solving those blocks adjusts according to the amount of miners there are, the amount of computing power there is in the pool. So it's irrelevant. There could be one machine mining Bitcoin, and it'll be able to include as many transactions as if there are 10,000 machines mining Bitcoin. It's irrelevant how many machines there are. The thing that can happen is that if there are 10,000 machines mining and they all shut down at the same time and there are maybe like 2 machines mining, it'll take a long time for them to complete the block. That is very difficult, and because the difficulty only adjusts after the next block is solved, right? So we can run into an issue, and this has happened, where instead of spending 10 minutes solving a block, it can take days to solve a block, or even weeks if the machining power drops drastically. But they will still at some point solve the block, and the adjustment will happen, and you'll be able to solve them again in every 10 minutes. No, difficulty doesn't increase constantly. That's just straight up wrong. It's all dependent on the amount of computing power in the pool. If it increased continuously, that would be retarded. Like it would literally not work then. Like, why would anyone set something up like that? Gonna be a little bent there. Come on. See if I can. All right. Turn it around. What are you making? I'm making a display stand for one of the ones that I've done. Yeah, difficulty has dropped a couple of times. It's usually when the price drops, it's less profitable to mine, so that they turn off some machines in order to save on costs. And then the blocks take a little bit longer to mine out, but it's not a big problem. Yeah, it's getting dark, slowly but surely. Make an anvil? No thanks. Oh, that is easy to bend. Oh, that's no good. Oh, there's a crack there. Oh shit. Alright. Alright, that'll have to be welded. And then filed down. Yeah. I'll get that solved. But with the new welder, that should be easy enough to do. That needs to be sorted out. So I have a crack that has developed and burned through most of the one of the branches. I'm gonna have to go in with a stick welder and just clean that up, and I'll file that down so it's not visible on the finished piece. But if I don't do that, it will break off. I don't. This branch here needs to be turned upright as well, but we'll wait with that until we've got it welded. What I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna get this set up to get that weld done. Bring the new stick welder out. I'm just gonna do this real quick. I'm not gonna spend too much time on showing you guys what I'm going to do. Just wanna get this done. The time on the Reddit stream is gonna run out soon, but that's alright. You can head over to Twitch if you want to. Gloves on. Got the welding thing here. And yeah, I'm gonna get sunburn here, but it's gonna just be a little bit of a stick weld. We have 4 minutes left on the Reddit stream. It broke because it's thin and because it's been in the forge for a long time. It's not because I did anything wrong necessarily. I wanna make sure we have enough amperage. There. Dog, you need to leave. Good. Good. Thank you, dog. I just want to make sure I don't crack that off. Yeah, there we go. Nope, it fell off. Damn it. Where did it land? There. Okay, we're gonna sort that out. Oh, that was way bad, worse than I thought it was. But yeah, I also overheated it some. A little bit too much amperage. Just gonna get that on there again. I turned the amperage a little bit down. Just gonna hold that with a tongue. got that on there again. Just a little stick weld or a tag weld there just to make sure we got it connected. Hopefully it'll stay put. I'll have to be a little bit more thorough with it now to try and make sure that I get it on there. Looking pretty decent. I'm gonna turn this around now and give it a weld on the other side. Just a quick little way of doing it. Hey, Mr. Bombazzi, I have not seen you in many a year. Good day, sir. Is welding cheating? No, it's fixing a problem so you don't waste like 4 hours worth of work. Yeah, 2020 was a shit year for a lot of people, but it was the year I got back to live streaming again. I've been gone for 3 years, so like that's something, at least for me. Okay, so we got this welded back on again. We're gonna have to file that so it looks nice, but I'll wait with that. I don't want to remove material from it just yet. We'll wait to do that when we're kind of done with it. I'm gonna turn off the welder. This welder, very, very nice. It was super cheap. It didn't cost me much. My old one broke, and this is just such a nice upgrade. Much more reliable, and it weighs nothing. So that's my current welder. The old one that died on me because I dropped hot metal on a wire. That's this one, heavy motherfucker. Need to throw that out. The Reddit stream died. Let me show you what we've got here. So we got that branch welded back on again, just with a little bit of a tag weld, and that should keep it there while we forge everything out. And we're not going to touch that until way later, because the next thing, we won't do that today, we'll do that next stream. But the next thing we got to do, oh my dog is in here again, is we're going to grab this on the other side. We have the branches forged out. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to forge out the roots. These two pieces here, we're going to split those even more and create the foot that'll like flare out into a lot of different roots. And so this will be able to stand. So instead of, right now it looks like a weird tree end kind of thing. But we'll flare those out and create a root system. And the wand that we did, that we're making the stand for, that'll sit something like, you can sit it on these branches however you want when it's done. Obviously it's not really set up proper now. I'll do the adjustments needed. Ah, motherfucker, come on. But there'll be several ways to kind of position it on these branches if you like. I would probably do something like there would be nice. But it's just a way to kind of have a place to put it. This wand here and have it displayed. I'm gonna turn off the forge. Whew. Listen to that nice and quiet. But I'm gonna call it here because I've been going for a little while and it was a rough day yesterday. Lots of work to do. But we just got that weld done, and that was just important to get that on there without fucking it up too bad. Yeah. Oh, it's so nice with that welder. Oh, I'm so happy. I need to. We're gonna weld a lot, guys. We're gonna weld a lot more than we have. It's gonna be so good. Like you will not believe. I'm gonna put this somewhere. Just right there. You can stay there. Gonna cool these off. Wipe my glasses. I have these. I'm gonna have to turn these off. I'm gonna get the music turned off as well. There we go. Alright, we're just gonna slowly unpack this. I need to put these to charge. Just gonna wipe them clean. That's all we do. Where's the charger? It's this one right here. Just a little pluggy plug. That should leave them charging. Right? Please. What? Why no charge? Is it unplugged? Oh, it's unplugged. Alright. There we go, now they're charging. Very good. Gonna get the hammer on there. We broke a hammer today. That happened. Did you also teach yourself to weld? Yes. I'm not very good at welding, but I also know that the reason why I was not very good at welding was because I had a shit welder, because that welder over there makes it a lot easier. Yeah, we broke the main forging hammer, so I'm gonna have to rehandle this. It held up nicely for, if not for an entire year, then at least for like 9 months or something like that, which is a long time for a hammer handle in my experience. 6 months, if they hold up for 6 months, you did a good job of handling it. And this one was actually a reused handle to begin with, so it's done well. But we gotta fix that sometime. I'm gonna purge the gas line. There we go. Get the tongs back on the rack. My dog is so cute. She's just like sitting at the door to the workshop, waiting for me to get done, so she can come inside and get some food. Cutest dog. Ooh, we've split this. Yeah, it's starting to split, so we're gonna clean this up as well on the grinder at some point. Gotta take my apron off, get some clothes on. It's a shorter day in the shop, but we got work done. Don't know how long I've been live, like 3 hours, 4 hours. It took me 3 hours to make the wand. Taking me longer to make the stand now. I don't know, maybe the same amount of time. 3 hours to be done. Something along those lines wouldn't be too bad. But yeah, I'll be back Monday, as always. Monday, Wednesday, Thursdays when I'm live. Highly recommend that you tune in, say hi, follow me on my different platforms. So until next time, have a nice weekend, take care, and do good stuff, alright? Yeah?